Hello, welcome. Hi, how are we? Welcome to the final part of Neva's 24-hour reading sprints. If you haven't been here yet already, we will be going until what, 3 p.m. my time?
Yes.
I think that's how math works.
3 p.m. your time, yes.
I do believe sometimes I can get math correct, but you know. Anyways, I'm joined by all of these lovely people. Do y'all want to introduce yourselves real quick, and what are you reading?
I guess
That would be you first, Bree.
Okay, yeah.
I'm so engrossed. Like, you're so engrossed in that diamond painting. You're like, this? Are you doing squares?
No, they're rounds. But it's just a really big painting, so I'm kind of like ready to do some like a different one. I've been looking at it for a long time. I could just pause on it, but I like the dopamine hit of finishing something, so
How's your hand doing?
I kind of want to try to finish it.
I understand that.
Anyways, my name is Bree, and I am reading The Other Girl for like 2 more seconds, and then I'll be switching back over to Bewitching a Highlander and reading that for 2 more seconds, and then I have to figure out what I'm going to read after that for my TBR, because I'm almost done with both of them. So probably the second sprint I will have to come back with options to decide with.
Totally understand that. We are more than happy to help you figure it out.
Decision paralysis is never good, so that's great. I like help.
I have a set list of books I'm supposed to be reading from right now, and I still am like, okay, but which one do I want to read next?
Of those, yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, am I supposed to start this one? Is this the right choice?
And it doesn't help that they're all romances, contemporary romances for the most part. So I'm like, romance.
Right. That does not help.
I don't know. Anyways.
You can't even discriminate between the genres to help you decide.
It's not even that I can be like, I feel more, because I don't know anything about most of these. So, what am I supposed to do? Neva, what are you up to today?
I'm listening to All the Boys I Loved Before, and I need to finish taking my hair out. I know it looks like I've taken none out, but like the whole back is out, but like I need to take like the rest of the shit out.
Ponytail, yeah.
Are you good now, do you think?
I don't know. I can't tell. Like, I'm not gonna be able to tell until it's all out, because like my head itches from having it in anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I bet you that's all it is.
Because like it's just been in like really I left it in for too long, but like it is what it is. That's why like the whole front is all like fuzzy, because that's all like new growth.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But it's also going to depend on like what it looks like once I take it out, because I don't know what it looks like since I put it in the had it braided. But if you remember, I cut all my hair off at one point, and it was not even. Like, I'm not even going to talk about how like embarrassingly uneven it is, because I literally just like I had it in a ponytail and then I just chopped it off. Like, I didn't do. That's just what I did. And then I tried to have my brother help me like shape the back, and he did not do a great job. So, I mean, he tried, but like he did not do a great job. So probably either way, like I'm either gonna have to have somebody shape it, or I'm going to have to just like shave it off and start over.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't really decided which one I feel like doing more. Okay. And also, my boyfriend is not helpful, because when I said that I was gonna shave my head, I expected him to be like, "No, babe, don't do that." And he said, "Whatever you want to do, babe."
And I'm helpful.
I was supportive. Like, are you still gonna try to shave my head? And he was like, "I don't love you because of your hair." So that's not fucking helpful. I mean, it's sweet, okay, but it's not helpful.
I think you'd look good with shaved head.
So it really just might get shaved just so it can grow back like healthy and like even. You know what I mean? Because if I shave it, then it's even. But also, like, I don't need him to be like, "Ew, dude, you look like an egg." You know what I mean? I don't need that. Like,
I mean, you could just do a really close crop. That's what you can do.
Yeah, I just would have. It would just have to be short enough that it was like even all the way around.
Yeah, that's what you'd want. Just get trim at the very least. You know.
So we'll
But-
see what happens.
Or
I
you
mean,
could try braid, like I suggested yesterday.
I might just come back with no hair, and y'all can just be shocked. I might just like leave and then come back on Thursday with no hair.
You know, there are multiple things you can do to, bamboozle us. So, like, I know popular booktubers that it's not their hair that you see; it is a wig, 90% of the time. So,
Right? So I mean, one of my favorite YouTubers always wears a wig. It's colored, so like you can tell that like it's a wig. You know what I mean? But like it's a decent wig. So like if you didn't know that she didn't color her hair, you might think it was her actual hair.
I
Yeah.
can usually.
But I've been in theater too long. I can tell if it's a
Yeah, I
wig.
was gonna say I've been in. I did enough makeup classes that I can usually tell when, like, it's not that I can tell, like, it's not like lace fronts that I can tell all the time, but I can tell when someone is trying to cover up that, like, the little tricks you do to cover up that it is not like your hairline and it's like a cheaper wig.
Yeah.
So usually when it's not a something that's lace front, I can tell. So
Yeah.
there are a lot of the time when it is lace front, I can tell as well. But there are some lace front wigs out there that they've had in movies and stuff that is just like, how?
Yeah. There's
Well, and
How-
if you get a lace front wig that's close enough to the natural texture of your hair, even if it is straight, right? So like
Mhm.
even if it looks like it's been, like flat ironed, you can make it. If you have a lace front wig that is close enough, the lace is close enough to your actual skin color, and the hair is close enough to your actual hair color and texture, it's much harder to tell. But I mean, you're spending like a lot of money.
You're spending
Yeah.
a lot of money. Another one that you see is, especially in movies, and the one that I think of, there's a wig that Jason Alexander has that looks like the man has a full head of Colonel Sanders hair. Okay. That's not the one I'm talking about because it's so long you can tell it has to be the whole wig, but you can't tell it's a wig. But like another common thing in movies that you'll see is they will like keep the front part of the hair like the way it is, and then the wig will go behind that,
Mhm.
and they'll pull that over. They'll quite often do that when you see people, especially like if they can't do extensions for something, but if you see like a lot of layering around the face, that's what's happening.
Mhm.
So, what are you up to today, Coda?
I have been doing a little bit of chores. I
Yeah.
did the dishes and I watered the garden and I started picking up the living room and I'm listening to the Dragon Republic, trying to catch up on all the non-reading that I've been doing this last 2 weeks.
God bless you. I am terrified of that book because I know that, like, I read the first one. It was absolutely amazing. And I'm like, this book is either going to be my favorite new series ever, or I am going to want to set this series on fire. Like, there's no other option, so I'm afraid to there's only those two options, so I'm afraid to finish it.
I'm only like 5 chapters in, but so far I'm more into it than I was with the first book.
The
Maybe
Poppy
that's
War,
because the first book set me up for it or whatever, but
yeah, the
to be
Poppy
honest, I
War
was
took a
like,
minute.
most of the first book until like towards the end, and then I was like, oh, okay, let's go.
The Poppy War does take a minute to get into because she's having to set up so much about the character and the world, because so much about what she does later is not going to make sense without that, right? So, and I also think she does something that a lot of authors don't always do, is that she actually makes the main character put in some of the work for the powers that they're going to end up having instead of just giving them to them right away.
Yeah.
So, but I'm terrified of that series because I know it is going to end my definition of badly. It's going to end badly for me, is what it is. Let's check out our comments. Hello, we've got Bombadil's Bookish Things and the Purple Dragonfly. Hello, Nadine. How are you? Hello. Hello. Currently reading The Perfect Marriage by Geneva Rose. Beautiful. That reminds me, Neva, I need to DM you.
Yes.
Finish that.
I actually thought about this last night because I pulled out the Walmart version of that book because I have the Walmart the Walmart one.
Mhm.
Walmart got like a special like sprayed edges. Oh, I should probably ask Margaret about that book that she went to Barnes and Noble and bought for me.
I messaged you because basically I had a couple of things that were supposed to go out to people. So it was your book, and then there was the signed vinyl for Taylor Swift's new album. And then we looked up the shipping that it would be for me to send that vinyl to Australia. When I told the person that was supposed to be getting it the price, they were like, "That's out of my budget. I can't." I'm like, "Okay, well, I guess I will keep it then," because she got a heart and I didn't. So we went from having two things that needed to go to the post office to only having one thing, which meant suddenly there was less pressure on me.
Which is fine.
So
I know it'll get here eventually.
Yeah, we'll get it to you eventually. It might get there because I just drove it out there to you next year. I don't know. So, anyways, hello. Hi, Christina. Yes, remember to hydrate. Hit the like button if you would. Ooh, Just Eerie is reading Howl's Moving Castle.
Oh, that's a good one.
One of the best middle grades out there. I can't recommend the second book all that much, but the third book is really good.
I haven't read the second two yet.
Yeah.
But I really enjoyed Health Moving Castle. Just a little different. Like the movie's just a little different, and I saw the movie first, but still followed it okay.
Yeah, the second book has the energy of a well-meaning boomer who's trying to be progressive but still uses
Gotcha.
like that woman absolutely was trying to do a thing and like show the world is bigger than it is, but I feel like she fell into a lot of stereotypes when it comes to Swana countries. So I was like, "Ooh, girl."
Getting my arm off the way.
And it was written in like
over there. I couldn't see the dog because
Oh,
it looked like you were just, like doing a jig.
she doesn't exist. We love it. Hello. We got more. Hello, Shannon. Hello, Julie. Let's see. Ab says, finally finished the novella I started 11 days ago, hoping my reading slump is nearly over. Sometimes brains need breaks, and that's their way of telling us. So I started reading a bunch of books my favorite Studio Ghibli movies are based on. So, of course, House is on that list. Yeah, it's the thing I love about Howl's Moving Castle is both the book and the movie are fantastic in their own right, even though they are not a one-to-one translation.
Yeah, I agree.
Like it's one of the few where it's like they are both equally good, but they're not the same. The other one is The Princess Bride. If you've read that book,
I haven't read that book.
It's an experience because he wrote it like it was an abridged book, and it's so snarky, and like because he wrote the screenplay for the movie as well, like all of the same energy and all of that.
That's
so
cool.
It's great. Just don't read the final chapter because he kind of undoes all of the happy ending stuff from the movie. Instead of a void cat, it's a void dog. Yes, that's Schmidt and Mora.
Yeah, basically.
There she is. You can just barely see the white of her eyes. It's so
Right?
funny.
A little bit of teeth.
A little bit of teeth, a little bit of just barely exists. Okay, how do we feel about a 1 hour sprint? Does that feel good?
Sounds great.
Sounds good.
I figured that gives us time to like get stuff done. and then like if you needed to like make tea or something, you have time to do that before you settle down and read. Give me just a second. We got to do the whole setup for this. Make that full screen, and I think because there's 4 of us, I'm going to keep it that way. All right, let us go in 3, 2, 1. Mute your mics. Welcome back, everybody. Give me just a minute. I have to do math. While I'm getting my phone to work, how did y'all do? And how did everyone do in the chat? Let us know. How did we do?
I finished my book, yay, and I kind of shifted gears over here at the table. I pushed the diamond painting aside, and I got my planner out because my bullet journal ran out, so I'm switching notebooks for next month, and also it's going to be a very busy month, so I'm trying to like spend the day kind of
Start.
preparing myself for the chaos that
Understandable.
is impending. So,
that's great. I just pulled out my bullet journal to be like, okay, we need to actually sit and think about next month too. So,
yeah.
look at us in sync. How did you do, Neva?
I hit my pages goal for the day.
Beautiful.
So
Beautiful.
I try to read 100 pages a day, and like the day before, I don't know. One of the days this week, I read like 6 pages the entire day. So we made up for that because I hit 174 pages today. So
very nice.
I have no idea what chapter I'm on. Hold on. I'm on chapter 20 and 23% through this book. It's cute. You know what I mean? It's like, it's YA romance. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to say about this book. Like, I understand why I loved it when I read it the first time.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a 5-star book. Like, it's definitely, like, maybe like 4 or 4.5, which, like, is still good. It's just, they're very much, children. You know what I mean?
They are, because I've read the book that you are reading, and it's cute and it's adorable, but also...
Which, like, is fine because it's a YA romance. Like, it's not meant for...
They're supposed to be.
Adults, but, like, it's cute. You know what I mean?
There are definitely moments in that book where you're like, oh, you're going to feel differently about this when you're older, probably. This is going to be real embarrassing in 10 years.
Like, I just feel like I'm sorry, you can probably hear my laundry, but I just feel like the whole thing with, like, the letters, right? Because, like, the letters get sent out. Because the premise of this book is that she's written 5 letters to all the boys that she's ever been in love with, but when she writes the letter, that means she's no longer in love with them, and then she puts them in this, like, hat box. And mysteriously, which we know how this happens, but mysteriously they get taken out and sent to the 5 boys. Right. And so they all, like, read this letter, like these letters that she wrote about how in love she was with them and now how she's not in love with them anymore. And I just feel like in the moment it would be embarrassing for sure. But I feel like in 20 years she's going to be like, what letters?
You know? I mean, depends on how the next 20 years goes for her, honestly, based on the end of that series.
That is true.
It could be a cute story you tell your kids.
I feel like at least it would be like a good laugh. You know what I mean?
Yeah. A fun joke between you and your partner. How did you do, Coda?
I did well. I listened to the Dragon Republic the whole time. I'm not sure how much further. I think I got 4 more chapters in. So
very nice. That's not bad for an R.F. Kuang book either, because those are like hefty chapters.
Yeah, these are. I think they seem. It seems like they're shorter than in the first book.
Okay.
Or at least every other one is shorter. And that's all I did besides switch some laundry and pace around.
She lets you have a short chapter as a treat every now and then. I understand that.
Yeah.
That's fun. I read, I believe it was 60. I ended up reading 60 pages of A Princess in Theory. I am like 2/3 of the way through, so I think I might be able to have this finished by the time sprints are over today. Potentially. I don't know yet. I could be wrong. So, like, Bookley is saying that I should finish in 2 hours and 2.5 hours. So it just depends on how much we talk. but I'm liking it. I'm enjoying it. Shit's about to hit the fan. And I'm very interested to see how that is going to be handled, especially considering some of the other things that we have in play. So we're having a good time though, which is the important part. Okay, so yeah, chores day. Oh yeah, I also folded the laundry that's been sitting in my dryer since Friday or Saturday.
Nice.
It only took me a week to get it out of there.
That was mine too. The laundry I spoke of, it had been in the dryer for that long too.
Yeah, it's what happens, and I got another load in there. And hopefully I will actually move it over in a decent amount of time, so I don't have to wash it 3 times, because that's bad. Let's see. Bookish Blind and Broadway Bound said just joining. Going to start the Chalice of the Gods. I love that book. It's such a good book. Alex is still reading The Darkness Outside Us, hoping to finish today. I'm 60% in. It's been very fun having Alex DM me like, hey, and like ask things about the book, and I'm just like, I can't tell ya.
I need to read this book.
Reading.
It's been on my TBR for like 2 years. I need to just like read it.
Yeah. Hello, Allison. Called off work, wasn't feeling good, making the best of it and reading. Do that. If you're not feeling good, call off work. I wish I had called off work more often. I wish I had. Got laundry prepared, hoping to get some laundry machines sometime this weekend. Nice. Yeah, I have to fight my mother for the laundry machine. So, and she's as bad as I am with like putting stuff in and forgetting about it. So, Shannon has got
about living alone and being single. No one knows how long I leave the laundry in.
Yeah, no one. I mean, that was me with when I lived in my college apartment. Because like I do the laundry at least once a week because I had work uniforms I had to wear, and my roommates didn't need to do it nearly as often.
Yeah.
So I was also because it was like literally right across from my room. I was also much better about like remembering to move stuff over.
Mm.
And if you did, it was air conditioned. So if you forgot about it, it didn't start smelling like ass. Unfortunately, our washer is outside. So if you leave it in there too long, it starts to smell kind of funky. Fairy Librarian got to 375 out of 421. I think you're going to be able to finish it today too. That's like 50 pages left. That's quite a chunk that you've got done. Hello, Brittany. Thank you for joining. Finished my chores list, eating lunch now, and then starting to work on content things. Very nice. I need to work on that too. We'll see. We'll see if that happens today or if it happens later this week. Christina says, my family decided to be nice and let me open my presents instead of sitting here looking at it. Happy birthday, by the way. So distracting. I got books and stuff. You know what? Opening presents is productive.
It is.
Let's be honest.
On your birthday. I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. Productive.
I think we'll do another hour, and then depending on how much we talk and how much time we have left, we'll figure out what we're going to do for the next one. Does that sound good?
Sounds good.
Beautiful. All right. I will see y'all in an hour, starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Well, hello and welcome back. How are we doing? How did we do in that sprint? No.
I took a nap.
A mood. Was it a good nap at least?
It was.
Good.
I,
All
I cooked lunch, ate the lunch, decided on a thing. You know how I was reading Moby? Well,
Uh-huh.
I think I have decided that I don't need to read it. I just need to read the graphic novel version so that I can actually get the symbolism part that I want and skip the rambling about the science of whales that I just listened to while I was cooking. Because
See, that's hard because you can't skip that shit.
right. Like I think if I just read the graphic novel version, I'll still get to read the part that I'm actually interested in and skip the part that I think that might be the way. So this is gone. So in its place,
Goodbye.
that was going to be for fall release. So now I replaced it with one that I'm more excited about, and that is Mermaids Never Drown, which is an anthology and is significantly shorter. So I am more likely to be able to pull that off. and then I'm sitting here and I'm reading. I just finally started, like literally the last 2 minutes. I started reading physically on Bewitching a Highlander, and I can't explain, but it makes no sense. And also things happened, and I'm confused.
Okay.
And
Like I don't know what to do with this information.
If the bad guy's going to die, if the bad guy's going to die of illness instead of getting that glorious moment of revenge or whatever, that happens, instead of that, if he's going to die, you would think that we would at least have had a hint about the fact that he was sick before.
Yeah.
Or we would have like gone to confront the dude before we found out. But like the guy, the male, the love interest is just getting ready to go and like, fight for his woman's honor and his mother's or his woman's mother's, and her and all this and then oh hey, he's dead. Before you even leave the house, he's actually already dead. You don't even have to leave the house now.
Did they say what he died of?
What's the book about? I'm confused. You're about to have the big battle scene. That's what this was supposed to be, right? But the guy's dead now. Before they have but I'm confused. I don't understand. But anyway, that's me. I'm in confusion
Okay.
land.
That's hilarious. How did you do, Neva?
I did not read,
Okay.
but I
What
did
happens?
plan the month.
Just so you know, at some
Hold
point,
on.
Oh, Neva planned for the whole month.
I'm back. Sorry. That was my internet. Sorry, I missed that. I will update y'all on what I am doing real quick, and then I will ask Neva again since I was gone for the whole 30 seconds that she was talking.
Oh, you were still here for us, or for me anyway.
Oh, was I? Or was I frozen?
No, you weren't.
Everything went black, and I had the spinny circle on each of the screens.
Oh no.
I was like, that's okay. I read 45 pages. This is a fake dating book. If anyone enjoys that trope, this is a fake dating book. Just so y'all are aware. I'm having a good time with it. So I apologize. How did your sprint go, Neva?
What? Sorry.
How did your sprint go? Because I missed it. I'm sorry.
Oh, I did not read,
Okay, that happens.
but I did plan the month. So I did something.
Nice.
I also might have gotten on Canva and made a different background because I don't like the one that I made. I mean, it's fine, but it just wasn't like I sat with it for a few days and I didn't like the colors and the template I used. I can't like change the actual colors because it's all like images.
Yeah.
So I found a new one that I could
Okay.
like change all the colors,
Uh-huh.
and now I like it better. So
That's good. Fantastic. I also, speaking of planners and planning, I started setting up my content planner for what I'm doing for this week, because I'm a weirdo, so I have one plan.
You're cutting out again, or you're cutting out now. You're
One
frozen now.
planner for one planner for
There you are.
One planner for content. One planner is my bullet journal, so it's my personal planner. So like, there's a little bit of crossover between the two, but not much. Oh,
I just keep my work and home
Nope.
one separate because
Okay.
that way I can't work when I'm not getting paid for it. Because I like to do all the things, and sometimes I should not do the things because if you're not getting paid at that time, then you should not
You
be
should not-
donating
you should
your
not
free
be
time. So working on that. So I have two separate planners, so I have to leave it there. I can't put it in the bag and take it with me because my bag is already full of books. So
That's one way to enforce work-life balance.
whatever works, right?
Yep. Exactly. Okay. Okay. Apparently, Christina's presence had been sitting for her since she woke up. Had to wait for them to be ready to. That's hilarious. It's usually the kids that are the ones that are really excited to open the presents. It's probably weird to have it the positions reversed. Alex approves of To All the Boys I Loved Before. So, hello, Glinda, birthday witches. Hello, Stephanie. I joined, and I'm just now drinking my coffee and cracking open a book. Love it. Brittany read 43 pages and dozed off a little bit. So you're not the only one that took a nap, Coda.
Excellent.
Yep.
Now I need lunch.
Yeah, I should probably do that at some point, but I think I'm going to wait until after sprints are over to take care of that. Jen finished The Maidens and finished my cleaning and got my groceries. Now I'm going to sit down and continue reading Throne of Glass. Nice. Did some cooking, listened to some of A Trail Through Time. Okay, nice. Had dinner, watched some YouTube, and found out that I reached 100 subscribers today. Very nice. Congratulations. And Renee says, hey, Renee, just finished The Lucky List by Rachel Lippincott. It was fine. And I've continued with Murda on a Summer Break by Kate Weston. Yeah, it's very good. I'm having a great time with it. So my internet being interneting, so I'm going to pull up the timer and go into another sprint. I'm going to do 45 minutes this time, and then we'll figure out what the last sprint is going to be based on how much time we have left and how much conversation goes on. Okay? Cool. So let us go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Welcome back, everybody. How did we do? That was what the fuck is my book? That was less of a reading sprint than I thought it was going to be. I might have gotten distracted a little bit by Twitter. But I did read a chapter, I think. I'm on chapter 24 now. I'm 71% in, so I think I should be able to finish this before it gets too late in the afternoon. I'll start the next book that I need to read and finish. So, anyways, how did everyone else do? Let's not talk about my lack of reading. Let's talk about everyone else's reading.
I didn't read, so.
It's okay. We can be buddies, Coda. We'll just be over here in the I didn't really read corner.
I thought I might go for a walk, and then I stepped outside and saw some of the plants were struggling in the heat, so I had to do afternoon water. And then after that, it was too hot to go for a walk, so I've been in here standing under the cooler fan.
That's funny. It's very funny. I'm pretty sure my mom watered this morning, and it's threatening rain right now, which is par for the course in Florida. So it will be very funny if that is the case.
It rained here this morning, but not enough.
Not enough, yeah. Especially with how hot it is out there, because you're out in the Midwest, right?
Yeah, it's the western part of Colorado, so it's almost the desert, right on the cusp of the desert.
I might have driven past your place, getting to Utah then.
Probably. Yep.
We flew into Grand Junction.
Way to Utah. Mm-hmm.
So, which was very funny because my brother and I didn't realize it until after we both booked our flights, but we were going to be on the same flight from Denver to Grand Junction. And then my flight from Tampa got delayed, so I had to go on a later flight. And the poor man had to sit an extra hour at the airport.
Did you lay over here and fly to Utah, or did you drive from here?
I layovered in Denver, and then we flew to Grand Junction and drove. Because that was going to be, like, when we crunched the map, because he was already planning on renting a car, it was cheaper for us to do, like, get into Grand Junction and then fly, and it was also closer, and then drive, and it was also closer than like trying to fly into Salt Lake or driving from Denver. So it was like an hour and a half of driving versus 5.
Where are you going, to Moab? Or
yeah, we were going to Moab. I love how you knew.
That's the only Utah destination that's popular that's like an hour and something from here.
So we didn't see nearly as much of it as my brother and I probably would have liked, just because we're having to go at the pace that my parents go at.
Yeah.
So we may be out there at some point.
There's not a huge amount of culture here, but definitely come check out the scenery.
Yeah, that's what we were here for. Because let me tell you, we got there Thursday night, and by the time we were like, okay, let's go get food, because we had a thing that we had to do first, everything in Moab was closed that I knew without a doubt that I could eat at. So I had a little mini breakdown with the whole, oh my God, I have to figure out what I can and can't eat. Because there are no chain restaurants out there. I was just like, why? So anyways, Bree, how'd you do?
Good. I finished Bewitching a Highlander, and the things that happened kind of were explained a little. Like,
Okay.
kind of, like, it still was dumb.
Uh-huh.
But
Like, you don't look impressed.
I'm not. I was hopeful that it was going to be good, but the pacing of everything and, like, the plot points weren't.
Yeah.
Could have used some TLC.
Uh-huh.
We could have adjusted some of the flow of things, and it was like we would get a question and then we would get the answer to that question before we got new questions. So it's like you're just like kind of getting this like step by step. It's like, you know, when you walk on stairs and you do one foot and then you do your other foot onto the same stair instead of stepping up to the next stair. That's what it felt like, but as a reading experience. So yeah, it's not my favorite book, but I mean, it's beautiful. So at least there's that. And I mean, like, the idea was good.
Yeah.
It just needed some extra love.
Understandable. That happens sometimes.
Yeah.
How did you do, Neva?
Oh, I did not read. I fell down the Ballerina Farms rabbit hole,
Oh yeah,
and honestly, I just feel bad for her. Like,
yeah, a
I'm
little
sad
bit,
for her. Like,
a little bit. I've like gathered what's going on via Twitter, like reading people's reactions to stuff. I'm like, I don't need to go any deeper down on this though. Like,
well, okay, so I got sucked into this originally because people like commentary channels that I watch were talking about her, but in a context of like her being like the queen of the trad wives, and I don't think that's what's happening here.
mm-hmm.
There's too much Mormonism going on for it to
Yeah.
just be that, like, because there are trad wives that I watch on TikTok, or well, not really TikTok, but on Instagram. There's one in particular that I can think of who makes content, and she's very like satirical with her content.
Oh
So,
yeah,
like,
I think I know who you're talking about.
She looks around like she's a Disney princess. Like, she's hilarious. I think her name is Alexis, but she's or Lex, something like that. But she's hilarious to me because like her husband, she refers to him as like her invisible husband because like he does exist and he does follow her account and he like comments on it, but he's very like blue collar, like man of the earth, like I think he does construction or something, but he like works with his hands. Like, he's in the pictures that you see of them like on his page, like his Instagram, he doesn't fit the aesthetic of what she is like portraying, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? But she's like very satirical with hers, and so like I enjoy watching her because I do think that, like, I'm pretty sure she does
She's
like
not trying to like
kids and she,
evangelize.
right, like she does like homeschool her kids and make certain things from scratch, but like a lot of the content that she makes is clearly satire. Like, people watch it and take it very seriously, and I'm like, y'all really let this woman hate bait you? Like, it's funny to me.
Yeah, a lot of people take if she's who I think you're talking about. A lot of people take her stuff out of context because she is making fun of the other women who have monetized what she does. So
right, yeah, but with the Ballerina Farms, I just feel like there's too much Mormonism going on. There's too much indoctrination for her to, especially like if you listen to like her, like she went to Juilliard, but never finished at Juilliard because he decided that they were going to get married and have babies. And that, I just don't feel like you, and she said that she wanted to complete her schooling. Like, I don't feel like you get into Juilliard and then you're like, oh, never mind, I'm going to pop out a bunch of kids.
No,
you don't
not for ballet.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't make that choice. Like, that's not a choice that she made.
Apparently,
So
they only allow 12 of each gender.
Yeah, and I feel sad for her, to be honest.
I mean, there's part of like having grown up in a Fundy adjacent environment. Like, there was a part of it that I'm like, you do have access to the information. There is a level of you made your own bed, but there is also so much indoctrination as well.
And I think for me, it's the indoctrination because I feel like she got pulled under before she could gather the information.
Yeah.
And once
she wasn't Juilliard, so she probably had friends that were far more.
Which is true, but I think what happened is she went, because apparently it's like she went home to visit, and then he pulled strings with his dad, who owns JetBlue, and got on a flight with her when she was supposed to be going back to Juilliard. So he pulled strings to have the seat next to her on the plane, and then convinced her not to go back.
Yeah, I also hear that there's some.
I feel like she got pulled under, and once you get pulled under, like, and have kids and get married, like, it's harder to get out.
No, it is harder to leave. And then what was the other? the other thing people pointed out is that her parents, like he's the heir to JetBlue or something like that.
He is, yeah.
And her parents are probably also putting a lot of and that's a lot when you're like
Her
21.
parents are Mormon too.
Yeah.
Her parents are of the Mormon faith.
Yeah.
And like I feel like if she had not come back home for whatever the visit was or whatever reason it was, she probably would have finished. But because she came home and then he was like, I'm gonna marry her because he's a Mormon man, he pulled strings to convince her to not go back.
Yeah, it's just it's frustrating because there's so much there with like in general indoctrination, and I know that there are people warning these women that you should not do this because like so many of them have come out later being like, hey, my husband stole everything from me, and a lot of them go into this like knowing it's a possibility but thinking they will be the exception. And so like just you should never assume you are the exception. That's kind of what I have gathered from not only my mom's experience, but like a lot of other people that I have heard from. So, like, yeah. Anyways, like I know people who advocate, like, even if you think your marriage is perfectly happy, you should still have a bolt fund and a go bag. So, but yeah, it's been interesting to see that kind of unfold on Twitter. And I do feel like I feel bad for her. And I also know that there has to be an aspect of it that like there is an aspect of it that she has to believe herself. And I understand the all the stuff that comes together for that, you know?
I just feel like when he said in this interview that she sometimes can't get out of bed for a week because she's so exhausted, like, bro, like, you don't think that's a problem? Like, you know what I'm saying? And like he talks about how like, oh, we're just going for it. We're just letting God decide how many babies we're having. And she's like, I am tired, bro. Like, I am exhausted. I can't do it.
Multiple childbirths makes it harder for you to bounce back, especially as close together as hers were. Like most
she has a baby every year.
Yeah.
That's
ideally you need a year between pregnancies.
She said that she waits a year and then they pray about it and God tells her to have another baby so she has one. And he was like, we're just going for it. And we're gonna fill our 15-passenger van. And she's like, I am tired. So.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's gonna be a reckoning there at some point. So, but hold on, I think I might have just okay, good. Thought I just activated my audiobook. We have some people that joined. We have a finished book. Amazing. Hey there, welcome. Late lunch sprint. Jean is going back to my granny square blanket. I'm going to try and post colors on Instagram. Colors may not go together, but sometimes I think they do. You know, sometimes the thing that makes colors go together is another random color that has similar tones to both. I have an entire blanket that like there were two different multicolored yarns I wanted to use. And I'd had like 3 purples, the purple multicolor, and then like this really bright party multicolor. And I couldn't find enough of one of the yarns. And I was like, okay, fine. Well, what if I do yellow? And the yellow made all of it come, like they all fit together now. So just swap stuff out. Today hasn't been a reading day. I'm catching up on BookTube and I'm working on my book journal. Very nice. Tuning back into live stream since after a few hours break. I've been listening to Rivers East of Rivers West. Nice. Hello, Judith. Started the Umbrella Mouse, and it seems to be a cute middle grade. Okay. I only read a chapter and posted on my Booksta. My parents' anniversary is in July. And my dad wanted to go out to the national parks out there because he wants to see more of the country out there. So they drove out, and they did some time in Moab. So they were there for a few days before we got there and a few days after, because he wanted to go to some of the national parks. And my brother and I flew out for 5 days. And it was very funny because we got out there and we were like, not that bad.
There's a lot of dirt out there.
It is. It's very dry and all of that. And so it was one of those things where like, you know, if this was humid, we'd be absolutely miserable, but it's not.
That's the beauty of it for sure.
We did the arches the first, like on Saturday, that Saturday. And it was very funny because you could tell that of the four of us, I was the one that exercised the most. Because they're out, I'm like waiting for everybody, and they're just like, yep, okay, sweating. And I'm just like, I'm cool, it's fine. It's a little hot.
Big difference from the humid places, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which also meant that I was like I was making a point to drink water before I was thirsty, because I was like, if I'm not feeling the heat as much, that means that I could be getting dehydrated without knowing it.
Fair.
So, because I have a very high heat tolerance, and I know this about myself because I don't sweat easily.
I feel like the humidity in humid states actually helps me not need as much water.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you don't, when there is more humidity, it's not going to evaporate as quickly. And so your body doesn't replace it as quickly.
It's like I grew up in Texas, right? And then I moved here. Never needed lotion until I moved here.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, we came home, and I like the first thing I would do, because I'm usually a morning shower girly, but I specifically waited until we came back from the different hiking things we did, because I knew I was going to be covered in sunscreen, and there was going to be a lot of dirt on me.
Mm-hmm.
So, Glenda got to chapter 20 of What Will Burn by Heather. What Will Burn Last by Heather Chavez. I'm enjoying it. Very nice. Potential denim, baby blue, maroon, and golden yellow. I think those could work really well together. Like, because you've got the three, like, not exact, but that's the three primary colors to some extent, and those always go together really well depending on how you're going to do them. Very nice. Just be lurking. Okay. You are welcome. I think we're going to go. Have a good night. Almost any colors go along if you put denim blue, gray, or tan between the colors. That's what I'm talking about. Color theory is primarily just convincing your eyes that things look good together. Shannon is 80% done with their book. Going to start ahead of your timer. I'm going to doing Dewey's Reverse Thon. Or dark burgundy or brown creamer navy. Yeah, neutrals do amazing things. Okay, I'm going to do one last 30-minute sprint, I think, and then we will close this up. I'm going to get everybody linked down below in the description while I do that, because I forgot to do that earlier. So give me a bit, and then everyone will be linked down there. And I will see you all in 30 minutes. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Welcome back. How did we do? I have to ask. Oh, I did. But, you guys can update us.
I did.
watered-
Oops.
Go ahead.
That was it. That's all I did. I watered the orchids.
Oh, very nice.
Great.
I moved laundry over.
That's good. That's good.
So, okay. There we go. How did you do, Bree?
I started another book. It's a nonfiction. It's about going zero waste, and so I am 60 pages in now on that.
Nice.
All right.
Very nice. Speaking of books and shared interests, because there's a YouTuber I could send you if you're interested in going zero waste, because she's really cool.
Mhm.
But also, my mom's gonna send me the sourdough recipe.
Oh yeah. Yes.
And then I will send it to you.
Thanks.
So you're welcome. I read 34 pages in that sprint, and I also got some tidying done. Good God, I need a vacuum. Like, it's looked fine for the most part. But then I started moving stuff, and I was like, oh, all of the dirt has just been, like, hiding underneath all of the things that I have not picked up in 3 weeks.
Mm.
So, anyways,
Mm.
that is it for us. But let's check in. Neva did need to go and get some sleep because she was falling asleep. As happens. So, but she is linked down below along with everyone else that has been a part of this. If you have not checked out the description box yet, well, if you have checked it out previously, then there was nobody down there because I hadn't put anything in the description box. Fully forgot to do that before I went live. It's fine. I do that all the time. But everyone, you'll need to refresh, but everyone is linked down below if you want to check out anybody's channel. And then let's see how everybody else did. I'm just saying, bye, Jamie says, got 43% into River East, River West, and switched to my print book, Wandering Through Life, a memoir by Donna Leon, for Dewey's 24-hour reading sprint, hoping to finish the book in the next 50 minutes. I believe in you. I think you can do it. So, do y'all have anything? Oop, we got to Neil. Well, everyone's still updating us. Do y'all have anything you want to plug on your channels before we go?
I'm covering for Nicole on Sunday for
Okay.
the Seriously Serious Sunday. So,
Okay. Very
join me
nice.
there. I think that it's linked off from Nicole's channel too. So,
Okay, cool. If I can, I'll go looking for it and see about getting that link down below in the description box as well if anybody's interested.
and then Thursday will be on my channel too this week since Nicole's on Le Cruise.
Nicole is on vacation as she should be.
Yeah.
It's got to be nice for her. What about you, Brie? I know you have no concrete plans, but is there anything that we can look forward to?
Sprints on Monday and an Unhaul project video coming up. My Unhaul project is called Trash or Try because I either trash it or I try it and then trash it, or I try it and then read the whole thing, or I try it and then convince myself I should just keep it anyway. It's fun.
That last one sounded the most legitimate.
There are so many books on my physical TBR that, like, I've had them for so long that, like, at this point, I should just admit that I'm not going to get to them. But every time, like, I look at the synopsis, I'm like, but this sounds interesting.
Yep.
You've got until you die. Plenty of
This is
time.
true. This is very true. Agreed.
And then if I'll be doing after that, my scramble vlog needs to go up too.
Very nice.
So.
Very
Yeah.
nice. I have a couple of vlogs in the works, but they are not scramble related. I mean, they're scramble related, but they're not scramble specific.
Mhm.
One of them is the vlog I'm working on for Steamy Lit that I need to go start editing.
Mhm.
I also, as for me, I have a video going out on Monday that's going to be my best of 24 so far.
Cool.
I figured why not start doing that now instead of, scrambling at the end of the year. So I'm doing that. Tennille is making slow progress, but still progress on chores. You are very welcome, Julie. It's a pleasure to have you. And Jamie says, I'll definitely be recovering from Dewey's by tomorrow. You can plan Dewey's for another 4 hours after this one. So no real sleep quite yet for me. You are like powering through it for 24 hours by yourself is insane. And props for doing that because I don't know that I could do 24 hours by myself.
Yeah,
So
definitely not reading. I'd be like,
I've done it like once or twice, but not like that was before I like started becoming like social in my like I was making videos, but I wasn't like engaged in like any social circles yet, not very often, and definitely less accountability to actually stay awake. It's harder to make it to the end if you're just you and a book.
I mean, I'm someone, yes, oh my God, I love this. A physical TBR is just a library of possibilities.
that's exactly how I
This
look
is
at
beautiful. We need a t-shirt.
But yeah,
Something.
make us the
Put that-
t-shirt
Put
virtue.
that on some
We
merch.
will all buy it. You're welcome. Yeah. No, I get like an hour in if I'm by myself some days, and I'm like, I just want to quit now. I don't want to do the rest of the 3 hours that I know I need to do for YouTube to actually care. So, nice thing about Dewey's is that it kind of runs itself. So I do have to be up for all 24 hours to post stuff, but I get reading done too. I finished 2 books and parts of 2 others so far as the lead admin. Very nice. You're doing better than most of us do when running month-long readathons, Jamie. It's amazing. So, okay, that is not Leave Studio. That is going to be it for us today.
I have done that before. To Neva.
I've left Brianna and Cal by themselves before, both because I left the studio and also I've had times where my internet has completely crapped out, and so I just go and they're like, "Well, we're gonna talk."
Yeah.
So
that happened a few times how was it Veda? No,
something like
not
that.
Veda. Vaultathon sprints, maybe.
One of the things we've done because we've been doing it for so long.
So many things.
Tag me when you release it, Miss Virtue. I love it so badly. That's amazing. Thank you, Alex. Anyways, we will see y'all later. Bye.